I am not here to give you a new religion or a set of dead beliefs. I am here to take everything away from you, because only in your absolute emptiness can the truth breathe. You have been told that spirituality is about being good or holy, but I tell you, it is the ultimate rebellion, a fire that burns your masts and destroys the person you think you are. Stop seeking a God in the clouds and start facing the demon within. Your spiritual awakening begins only when you realize that your so-called soul is just a decorated cage built by society. If you want to find the hidden truth, you must first have the courage to lose yourself entirely. Beloved ones, I see you searching. I see you wandering in the dark corridors of traditions, scriptures, and ancient promises, hoping to find a flicker of light that you can call your own. But let me tell you a secret right at the beginning of our journey together. Spirituality is not what you have been told. It is not the temple, it is not the church, it is not the mosque, it is not the holy book you carry under your arm, and it is certainly not the morality that the society has forced upon you. The world is full of religious people. But where is the soul? The world is full of good people. But where is the joy? You have been trained to be puppets, to be followers, to be part of a crowd. But the truth is found only in solitude. The truth is found only when you have the courage to stand alone, to be a rebel. This is the deepest secret I want to share with you today. If you feel a spark in your heart as I speak, if you feel that your soul is finally being heard, I invite you to click that subscribe button, not for me, but to keep this flame of awareness alive in your daily life. And if you feel this message could light up another's path, please share this video. Let us create a ripple of consciousness together. You must understand the fundamental difference between a revolutionary and a rebel. This is where the world has gone wrong for centuries. The revolutionary is a political phenomenon. He is concerned with the outside. He wants to change the government. He wants to change the social structure. He wants to change the economic system. He thinks that if the structure is changed, the human being will be happy. But look at history. Every revolution has failed. Whether it was the French Revolution or the Russian Revolution, they all ended in the same old misery, just with new names and new faces in power. Why? Because you cannot change the individual by changing the society. It is like trying to change the taste of a fruit by painting the bark of the tree. The rebel is a spiritual phenomenon. He is not interested in the crowd. He is interested in the individual. He knows that society does not exist. Only individuals exist. Society is just a word, a collective noun, like forest. If you go looking for a forest, you will find trees, but you will never find a forest. Similarly, you will find people, but you will never find society. The rebel understands that if the individual changes, the society will follow. The individual is the only reality. The individual has a soul, a heart, an intelligence. The society has none of these. Spirituality is the ultimate rebellion, because it is the rebellion of the individual against the collective mind. It is the refusal to be a part of the herd. If you find value in these words, you can support our work by using the Super Thanks feature or by clicking the Join button to become a member of our inner circle. Your support helps us bring these ancient yet ever fresh truths to a world that is desperately thirsty for them. The revolutionary is motivated by hate. He is against something. He is angry. He is bitter. He is seeking revenge against the old order. But the rebel is motivated by love. He is not against the old. He is simply for the new. He is not fighting the darkness. He is bringing in the light. This is a very subtle point, but it is the difference between a life of conflict and a life of grace. When you fight something, you become like your enemy. If you spend your whole life fighting the church, you become just as dogmatic as the priest. If you spend your life fighting the politician, you become just as power hungry. The rebel does not fight, he simply steps out of the game. He says, I am no longer part of your madness. Being a rebel means living according to your own light. It means trusting your own intelligence over the collective wisdom of the ages. The society wants you to have a conscience which is a borrowed thing. Your parents, your teachers, your priests, they have all told you what is right and what is wrong. They have put a small voice inside your head that speaks their language. This is what you call your conscience. But the rebel seeks consciousness, not conscience. Consciousness is your own. Conscience is a social implant. To be a rebel is to be an outsider. It is a lonely path, but it is the only path that leads to freedom. And this freedom is not from something. It is a freedom to be yourself. It is the freedom to blossom, to dance, to sing your own song. You are not here to fulfill someone else's expectations. You are not here to be a carbon copy of a saint or a martyr. You are here to be uniquely you. I see so many of you struggling with guilt. Why? Because you are not living up to the standards that were set for you before you were even born. You are trying to fit into a mold that was never meant for you. Break that mold. That is the first step of the rebel. And as you break those chains, you will find a new sense of belonging, not to a sect or a nation, but to the entire existence. If you wish to dive deeper into these teachings, I have prepared several ebooks that guide you through the process of inner transformation. You can find the links in the description. They are maps for your journey into the unknown. Don't be afraid of being alone. Every great thing in this world has happened in solitude. When you are alone, you are for the first time in your own company. You have been running away from yourself for so long, using the crowd, using entertainment, using relationships just to avoid your own silence. But it is in that silence that the rebel is born. It is in that silence that you discover your true face. The world needs rebels today more than ever. The old way of living has brought humanity to the brink of destruction. We have the technology to destroy the entire planet many times over, but we do not have the consciousness to use that technology for life. We are like children playing with loaded guns. The revolutionary will only change the person holding the gun. The rebel will transform the mind so that the gun is no longer needed. This transformation starts with a very simple thing: observation. Start observing your thoughts, your emotions, your reactions. Don't judge them. Don't say this is good or this is bad. Just watch. This watching is the beginning of meditation. And meditation is the only weapon the rebel has. It is not a weapon of destruction. It is a weapon of awakening. As you watch, you will see that you are not your thoughts. You are the watcher. You are the witness. This witness is your eternal soul. It is beyond birth and death, beyond time and space. And once you find this witness, you have found the greatest treasure in existence. You no longer need to look for God in the sky. You have found the godliness within you. I want you to reflect on this. Are you living your own life, or are you living the life that someone else has designed for you? If you feel that you are ready to reclaim your life, leave a comment below with the word rebel. Let us know that you are choosing the path of consciousness. Your words might inspire someone else who is still hesitating on the threshold. Remember, the rebel is not an egoist. The ego is a social product. The rebel is one who has dropped the ego and found the self. The ego always wants to be superior, always wants to be more than others. The rebel simply wants to be himself. He does not compare himself with anyone else. He knows that in the eyes of existence, a blade of grass is as significant as the greatest star. In this state of non-comparison, for the first time, you can truly love. How can you love if you are constantly competing? How can you love if you are constantly trying to prove something? Love is a byproduct of being a rebel. It is the fragrance that comes when the flower of your being has opened. This is the deeper secret of spirituality. It is not a search for some distant goal. It is the realization that you are already there. You have just been distracted by the noise of the world. The rebel turns down the volume of the world so he can hear the heartbeat of the universe. So, my beloved ones, are you ready to be a rebel? Are you ready to drop the heavy luggage of the past and walk light into the future? It takes courage, yes. It takes a certain madness, yes. But it is the only way to truly live. Everything else is just a slow death. If you find this space helpful and want to ensure we keep sharing these insights, please consider the join button to support us. It is your participation that makes this global Sangha possible. Let this be the beginning of your rebellion. Not a rebellion against others, but a rebellion for yourself. A rebellion for truth, for beauty, and for love. This rebellion I speak of is not a reaction. This is a point of great misunderstanding. Usually, when you hear the word rebellion, you think of someone who is angry at the father, or angry at the government, or angry at the status quo. But that is just a reaction. If you are reacting against something, you are still defined by that thing. If you hate your father and do the exact opposite of what he says, he is still controlling you. He is the one deciding your behavior, even if it is in the negative. You are not free. The rebel is not a reactionary. The rebel is a man of action, not reaction. He acts out of his own clarity. He looks at the situation, he looks at the tradition, and he simply sees that it is dead. He does not carry a grudge against a corpse. He simply moves away from the graveyard. This movement is silent, it is graceful, and it is absolute. Look at the history of humanity. It is a history of immense violence. And this violence has been justified by great words: patriotism, religion, communism, democracy. These are all masts. Behind the mast is a man who is bored, a man who is frustrated, a man who has never lived his own life. Because he has never lived his own life, he is ready to kill or be killed for any nonsense. The revolutionary gives him a new nonsense. The revolutionary says, the old system was bad, let us create a new one, and for that you must sacrifice yourself. This word sacrifice is one of the most dangerous words in human language. It sounds very holy, but it is just a way to manipulate you. The priest wants you to sacrifice for God. The politician wants you to sacrifice for the nation. I tell you, do not sacrifice for anything. Live. Live for yourself. And out of that fullness of life, you will be able to share your joy with others. That sharing is not a sacrifice, it is a luxury. The revolutionary is always focused on the other. He is always looking for someone to blame. It is the capitalists, it is the communists, it is the Jews, it is the Christians. The rebel knows that the source of all problems is me. If I am not at peace, how can the world be at peace? If I am full of conflict, my every action will create more conflict. The revolutionary wants to change the world, but remains the same man. That is why every revolution has turned into a nightmare. You take the power from one group and give it to another, but the psychology of power remains the same. The new rulers become even more oppressive than the old ones because they are afraid of another revolution. The rebel does not want power over others. He only seeks power over himself. Not a power of suppression, but a power of mastery. To be a master of oneself is the only true royalty. Everything else is just beggary. You may be a king on a throne, but if you are a slave to your desires, if you are a slave to your ego, you are still a beggar. The rebel is a king without a kingdom. His kingdom is his own consciousness. Think about the way you have been brought up. From the very first day your parents started telling you who you are. They gave you a name. They gave you a religion. They gave you a nationality. You were a pure, innocent child, a blank sheet of paper, and they started writing all kinds of rubbish on it. By the time you were 7, you were already conditioned. You were no longer yourself. You were a Catholic, a Hindu, a German, an American. You were already part of a machine. And the whole purpose of your education was to make you a more efficient part of that machine. No one ever asked you, who are you? What is your potential? What do you want to become? They already had the blueprint ready. They wanted you to be a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, a soldier. They wanted you to be useful. But I tell you, the most beautiful things in life are useless. A rose is useless. A sunset is useless. A song is useless. Love is useless. Meditation is useless. They do not have any market value. You cannot go to the market and sell a sunset. But these are the things that make life worth living. The society is only interested in your utility. It wants to use you as a tool. The rebel refuses to be a tool. He insists on being an end in himself. This is the ultimate rebellion. To declare that I am not here to be used by anyone, not by the state, not by the church, not by my parents, not even by God. This creates a great fear in those around you. When people see someone who is truly free, they feel uncomfortable. Your freedom reminds them of their own chains. They would rather believe that freedom is impossible, that it is just a poetic dream. When they see a real rebel, they want to destroy him. They crucified Jesus, they poisoned Socrates, they murdered Mansur. These were not criminals. They were the most beautiful people humanity has ever produced. Their only crime was that they were free. They were individuals. They did not belong to the crowd. The crowd is a hiding place. People join crowds because they are afraid of themselves. In a crowd, you don't have to be responsible. You can lose yourself in the collective. You can do things in a crowd that you would never dream of doing alone. The crowd provides a sense of warmth, but it is the warmth of a huddle of sheep. It is not the warmth of life, it is the warmth of fear. The rebel leaves the crowd. He enters the forest of his own soul. He is ready to face the winter. He is ready to face the storms. He is ready to face the loneliness. And precisely because he is ready to face these things, he grows. He becomes a giant tree with deep roots and a high canopy that touches the stars. The revolutionary is a part of the past because he is fighting the past. He is still tethered to it. The rebel has no past. He lives in the here and now. For him, the past is just a memory that has no power over the present. And he has no future, because the future is just a projection of the mind. He lives in this moment And this moment is enough. In this moment, there is no worry, there is no ambition, there is no comparison. There is only the pure throb of life. If you look deeply into your own life, you will see that you are constantly living in the no longer or the not yet. You are either thinking about what happened yesterday, the regrets, the hurts, the memories, or you are planning for tomorrow, the goals, the fears, the desires. In all this, you are missing the now, which is the only reality. The rebel is one who has discovered the secret of the now. He is completely present. Whether he is eating or walking or sleeping, he is there. He is not a ghost haunting his own life. This presence is what I call meditation. It is not something you do for 20 minutes in the morning and then forget about. It is a quality of being that you carry with you throughout the day. It is a shift from the mind to the heart and from the heart to the being. The mind is a wanderer. The heart is a lover. The being is a witness. The rebel lives in his being. The society has taught you to be ambitious. It tells you that you must be someone. You must reach the top. You must prove your worth. This ambition is a poison. It keeps you in a state of constant tension. You are always running, always trying to get somewhere else. But the truth is, there is nowhere to go. You are already at the center of the universe. You are already a masterpiece. God does not create junk. Every human being is born with a unique potential. But the ambition to be someone else destroys that potential. You try to be a Buddha and you fail because you can only be yourself. Even Buddha could only be himself. The irony is, when you stop trying to be someone else, you suddenly find that the qualities of a Buddha, the peace, the compassion, the clarity, start arising in you naturally. The rebel is the one who has dropped the idea of being someone. He is happy being a nobody. This is the greatest freedom. When you are a nobody, you have nothing to lose, nothing to protect, nothing to prove. You can just be. You can be like a child, innocent and full of wonder. Have you ever looked into the eyes of a small child? There is a deep silence there, a pure curiosity. The child does not know anything. And because he does not know, he is open to everything. The adult thinks he knows, and because he thinks he knows, he is closed. His knowledge is just a wall between him and reality. The rebel is one who has dismantled the wall of knowledge. He is again full of wonder. He looks at a tree and is amazed. He looks at the ocean and is in awe. He looks at his own hand and is surprised by the mystery of life. To him, everything is a miracle. The revolutionary is very serious. He is burdened by his ideology. He has no time for miracles. He is busy planning the next protest, the next strike, the next war. The rebel is full of laughter. He sees the absurdity of the human condition and he laughs. Not a laughter of mockery, but a laughter of deep understanding. This laughter is a great medicine. It releases the tensions of the ego. When you can laugh at yourself, you are no longer a slave to your image. The society wants you to be serious because serious people are easy to control. They take everything seriously: money, power, prestige, religion. A man of laughter is a dangerous man because he cannot be intimidated. You cannot threaten a man who can laugh even at the prospect of death. I want you to understand that the rebellion I am talking about is not a collective movement, it is an individual transformation. It happens one by one. It is like a fire that jumps from one lamp to another. I am not interested in creating an organization. Organizations are the graves of truth. As soon as truth is organized, it becomes a lie. Look at all the religions. They started with a man of truth, a Buddha, a Jesus, a Lao Tzu. But then the followers came and organized it. They made it a dogma. They made it a structure. They made it a means of exploitation. The rebel remains unorganized. He may have friends, he may have fellow travelers, but he never becomes part of a sect. You must find your own path. I can only point the way. I can show you the moon, but my finger is not the moon. Don't start worshipping my finger. Look where I am pointing. The moon is within you. It is your own light. You have been looking for it everywhere else, in the mountains, in the temples, in the eyes of others, but it has always been right there, in the very core of your being. Why is it so difficult to find? Because you are afraid of the silence. The silence feels like death. The ego exists only in the noise. The more thoughts you have, the more the ego feels it is there. In total silence, the ego evaporates. That is why you are constantly talking, constantly listening to the radio, constantly scrolling through your phones. You are trying to drown out the silence, but it is in that very silence that you will meet yourself. Don't be afraid of this inner void. It is not an empty void, it is a plenum. It is full. It is like a womb out of which everything is born. When you enter this silence, for the first time you will know what peace is. Not the peace that comes from the absence of war, but the peace that is your very nature. This peace is indestructible. The world can take everything away from you, your money, your health, your reputation, ama busse sizli sizden kimse alamaz. Bu sizin gerçek zenginliğinizdir. The revolutionary is always poor, even if he wins the revolution, because his heart is still empty. He is still looking for something outside to fulfill him. The rebel is rich because he has found the source within. He is like a well that is connected to the underground ocean. You can take as much water as you want, and the well will never run dry. In fact, the more you give, the more you have. This is the logic of the spiritual world. In the material world, if you give, you have less. In the spiritual world, if you give, you have more. If you give love, you become more loving. If you give silence, you become more silent. If you give joy, you become more joyful. So, my friends, stop being revolutionaries and start being rebels. Stop trying to change the other and start exploring the self. This is the only way to save humanity. If we can create enough rebels on this earth, the old society will simply fall away like a dead leaf in autumn. We don't need to fight it. We just need to stop supporting it. The old society is supported by your fears, your greed, your ambitions. When these things drop, the society loses its foundation. A new world is possible, but it can only be built by new people. The old man is a creature of the past, a creature of hate and fear. The new man is a creature of the present, a creature of love and consciousness. I call this new man Zorba the Buddha. Zorba represents the earth, the body, the celebration of the material world. Buddha represents the sky, the soul, the silence of the inner world. Up to now, humanity has been divided. There were those who chose the world and forgot the soul, the materialists. And there were those who chose the soul and forgot the world, the spiritualists. Both were half men and both were miserable. The materialist is miserable because he has all the comforts but no meaning. He has a beautiful house but no one lives in it. The spiritualist is miserable because he has a sense of meaning but no foundation. He is hungry, he is sick, he is repressed. The rebel is a whole man. He loves the earth and he loves the sky. He enjoys the food, the wine, the music, and he also enjoys the meditation, the silence, the prayer. He sees no conflict between the two. The body is the temple, the soul is the deity within. You must look after the temple so the deity can reside in it with ease. This is my vision, a world where every human being is a Zorba the Buddha. A world where there is no division between the secular and the sacred. A world where life is lived in its totality. This is the ultimate rebellion. It is the rebellion against all divisions, all fragmentations. It is the rebellion for wholeness. As you walk this path, you will find that life becomes a poetry. Every moment is a dance. Even the most mundane tasks, washing the dishes, sweeping the floor, become acts of meditation. It is not what you do that matters, but how you do it. If you do it with awareness, if you do it with love, it becomes spiritual. The world is waiting for you to wake up. It has been waiting for centuries. The stars are waiting. The trees are waiting. The birds are waiting. Existence wants you to blossom. It has invested so much in you. It has given you this incredible body, this complex brain, this sensitive heart. Don't let it go to waste. Don't live a mediocre life. Don't be just another face in the crowd. Have the courage to be a rebel. Have the courage to be yourself. In this rebellion, you are not alone. The entire existence is with you. When you take one step towards the truth takes 1,000 steps towards you. You will feel a new energy entering your life. You will feel a new light in your eyes. You will feel a new song in your heart. And that song will be your contribution to the world. That song will be your prayer. Let us not wait for a better world. Let us create a better world by being better ourselves. Let us not wait for the future. Let us live the future right now. The rebel is the bridge to that new world. Friends, let us continue. Understand this deeply. Belief is the poison of the soul. Since your childhood, you have been told that you must believe in something. Believe in God, believe in the scriptures, believe in heaven and hell. Why? Because nobody wants you to know. Knowledge is dangerous. Knowledge brings rebellion with it. Belief, on the other hand, makes you docile. You can make a believer do anything. You can send him to a war, ask him to kill others in the name of religion. He never questions, because belief kills doubt. The rebel is the one who questions everything. For him, nothing is sacred until he confirms its truth through his own experience. Do not be afraid to doubt. Doubt is the first sign of intelligence. Only fools do not doubt. To doubt means to begin inquiring, and inquiry leads you to the truth. But society does not like doubt. Society tells you to believe and be saved. I tell you, doubt and be free. A truly religious person is someone who belongs to no religion. Religions are prisons built around the truth. The rebel is the one who breaks this prison. He stands outside the church, the mosque, or the temple and looks at the sky. He does not look for God in a statue or a book. He finds God in every atom of existence, in the opening of a flower, in the flapping of a bird's wings, and most importantly, in his own silence. The spirituality told to you is usually an escape. It is seeking refuge in an imaginary heaven by escaping from the difficulties and pains of life. But the spirituality I am talking about is being right in the middle of life. It is living pain, joy, anger, and love with all their intensity. Escaping is easy. What is difficult is to stay here and remain awake despite everything. The rebel knows that life is an adventure. He does not look for safe harbors. He likes to set sail in stormy seas because he knows that one discovers their own strength only in a storm. Your mind is like a junkyard. The ideas, dogmas, and fears of others, they are all thrown in there. And you are trying to find yourself inside this junkyard. This is impossible. First, you must clean this junkyard, empty everything. When your mind is completely empty, the truth will appear in that void. This void is your true home. There is no Hindu there, no Christian, no communist, no Democrat. There is only a pure consciousness. You are living the dreams of others, the dreams your father, mother, and society built for you. When will you start seeing your own dreams? When will you dare to live your own life? What will you say to death when it knocks on your door? Will you say, I lived as others wanted? This is not a life. It is just a drifting. The rebel is the one who takes responsibility on his own shoulders. He does not blame others for his failures. He does not take refuge in fate, luck, or gods. He says, "My life is my responsibility." This responsibility gives you great power. Because if the problem is you, it means the solution is also you. If you are creating your own unhappiness, you can also create your happiness. Your education system is designed to raise you as slaves. You are not taught how to think, you are taught what to think. They teach you to obey, to compete, to be ambitious. But they do not teach you to love, to celebrate, to remain silent. Because you cannot manage a person with these qualities. Those who rule want you to be unhappy and full of fear. A person in fear needs a leader. A happy person does not need a leader. He is already the leader of his own life. The true revolution is not outside but inside. Revolutions outside only change names. The revolution inside changes you. And when you change, the world changes. Trying to transform the world without transforming yourself is an illusion. If there is no peace in you, you cannot bring peace. If there is no love in you, you cannot distribute love. Friends, do not follow anyone on this journey. Do not follow me either. I am not a guide. I am just a friend. I am holding a mirror for you to see your own inner landscape. When you see yourself in the mirror, break the mirror and continue on your way. Truth is a pathless land. There is no trail leading there. You will open your own path as you walk it yourself. Paths opened by others only take you to where they went, but you have your own place to go. Set seriousness aside. Seriousness is a disease. Existence does not understand seriousness. Have you seen how serious flowers are trees? Existence is a play, a leela. See life as a play. Dance, sing, love. If there is a God, He is only among those who dance, not among those who pray with a long face in temples. Accept yourself as you are. Do not try to change. Stop saying, I should be this, I should be that. These should be's take you away from yourself. You are already what you should be. You are just not aware of it. Awareness is an understanding that comes without an effort to change. Just watch. Watch your anger, watch your jealousy, Watch your desires. When you watch, you will see their energy changing. Everything suppressed becomes even stronger. Everything expressed and understood, however, transforms. The rebel does not carry the burden of the past. He is reborn every moment. For him, yesterday is dead and tomorrow has not yet come. He lives in the eternity of this moment. This moment is the one where all secrets are hidden. If you can deepen within this moment, you can solve the mystery of the entire universe, because this moment is eternity itself. Do not be afraid. Your greatest fear is the fear of discovering who you are, because then your masks will fall and your roles will end. But beyond fear, there is a tremendous freedom. This freedom is your birthright. Do not ask for it from anyone. Just claim and live it. A conscious person is the greatest enemy of society, because he cannot be controlled. He cannot be intimidated. He cannot be bought. He lives by his own truth. Society wants to normalize you, to make you a specimen. But the rebel celebrates his own uniqueness. Like a flower, he spreads a unique scent, and this scent is the only thing that beautifies the world. To be a rebel means to say yes to life. To say yes to life with everything, with all its contradictions. Yes to light and yes to darkness. Yes to birth and yes to death. This total acceptance brings you to peace. There is no longer a fight, no longer a resistance. You become one with the flow. And when you are one with the flow, you reach the ocean. Friends, wake up. Time is running out. Do not waste your life. Live not for someone else, but for yourself. Be your own light. Do not try to be lit by the candles of others. Those candles are doomed to go out. Find your own sun. That sun never sets. Within this silence, listen to yourself. Hear your heart beats. The rhythm of the universe is hidden in those beats. You are not a part of existence. You are existence itself. The wave is not separate from the ocean. It is a form of the ocean. You are also a form of the ocean of consciousness. Once you understand this, all fears end. May your rebellion be blessed. This is not a destruction, but a creation. It is the destruction of the old, rotten thing and the birth of the new, fresh one. This birth may be painful, but the freedom that comes at the end is worth everything. It is an honor for me to accompany you on this journey. Let us walk together. Let us wake up together. Each of you has the potential to be a rebel. Feel this inside you. Do not let this fire go out. Fan it, grow it, until that fire burns you to ashes and a new human is born from those ashes. That new human is the only hope for this world. While walking on this path, trust only yourself. Recognize no other authority. Let your own experience be your only guide. And remember, truth can only blossom in a free mind. Protect your freedom at any cost. It is your most precious treasure. Stay with love, stay with awareness, enjoy this moment. Life is a celebration. Do not turn it into a house of mourning. Smile, dance, and accept this tremendous gift offered to you by existence with gratitude. Now let us stay silent for a while. Let these words resonate in your heart. Do not think about them, just feel them. Truth is not thought, truth is felt. And a truth felt changes you forever. The rebel never looks back. His direction is always forward, always toward the unknown. Do not be afraid of the unknown, because life exists only in the unknown. The known is already dead. Every step taken toward the unknown binds you more to life. Be ready for adventure. Be open to the surprises life will offer you. Love yourself. If you do not love yourself, you cannot love someone else. A person who does not respect himself cannot respect anyone. You are a unique work of existence. Do not underestimate yourself. But do not see yourself as superior to others either. Everyone is moving on their own path, at their own speed. Everyone is a hidden Buddha. Some are just still sleeping. Do not shout to wake them up. Just be a light to them with your own wakefulness. This journey never ends. This is an endless discovery. Every stop is a new beginning. Every door opens to a new room. Never lose your curiosity. Stay curious like a child and look at life every day as if you are seeing it for the first time. That is when life truly becomes worth living. Friends, what a great blessing it is to share this silence. Words are just tools. What matters is the void between these words. We touch each other in that void. We are one in that void. Neither I am there nor you. There is only existence itself. Be brave. It takes courage to be a rebel. But this courage makes you a real human. Others are just shadows. You be real. Sign with your own truth. Let us go deeper into this mystery. One of the most significant things a rebel must face is the concept of God. For centuries, the priest has used the idea of God to keep you in a state of fear and trembling. They have told you that there is someone sitting in the clouds, keeping a ledger of your sins and virtues. This is the ultimate tool of control. But the rebel understands that God is not a person but a quality. Godliness is a fragrance, not a flower. When I say God is dead, I am not making a theological statement. I am making a statement of freedom. If God exists as a person, then man remains a puppet. If there is a creator who has already decided your destiny, then there is no possibility for growth, no possibility for freedom. You are just a character in a play written by someone else. The rebel kills this external God to find the godliness within. This is the greatest transition in human consciousness. When the external God dies, for the first time you become responsible for yourself. You can no longer blame fate or divine will. You are the master of your own destiny. This might feel scary at first. It is like a child who has always held his father's hand, suddenly being told he must walk alone in the dark forest. But it is only in that walking alone that the child becomes a man. The old religions have made humanity retarded. They have kept you in a perpetual childhood. They want you to remain sheep so they can remain the shepherds. But the rebel refuses to be part of any flock. He claims his own intelligence. And intelligence is a very different thing from the intellect. The intellect is what you learn in schools and universities. It is borrowed. It is information. It is a collection of facts. Intelligence is your own innate capacity to see the truth. It is the clarity of your own vision. The society destroys your intelligence from the very beginning because an intelligent person is a dangerous person. An intelligent person will ask questions that the priest cannot answer. An intelligent person will see through the lies of the politician. The society wants well-informed people, not intelligent people. It wants people who can operate machines, but who cannot think for themselves. The rebel drops the burden of information and starts to trust his own intuition. This intuition is the voice of your soul. It doesn't speak in words, it speaks in feelings. It doesn't give you logical arguments. It gives you a sense of direction. When you are in tune with your intuition, you don't need a map. you become the map. Every step you take is the right step because it comes from your own center. Look at the morality that has been forced upon you. It is a very strange thing. They tell you to be good, but their definition of good is simply obedient. They tell you to be selfless, but they are using your selflessness to serve their own interests. The rebel has no morality in the traditional sense. He has a consciousness. A man of consciousness does not need rules. Does a man who can see need a white cane to walk? Only the blind need the cane. Rules and commandments are for the spiritually blind. When you have eyes, you see where the door is and you walk through it. You don't need a book to tell you not to walk into the wall. The rebel's life is guided by his own awareness. If he is angry, he knows he is angry. In that knowing, the anger begins to melt. If he is loving, he is totally loving. He does not love because it is a commandment. He loves because his heart is overflowing. This is a very different kind of virtue. It is a virtue that comes from within, like a spring of fresh water. It is not something painted on the outside. The world is full of saints who are just repressed sinners. They have suppressed their desires, their anger, their sexuality, and they call it holiness. But whatever is suppressed is still there, boiling in the basement of the soul. It will come out in distorted ways, in bitterness, in judgment, in a hidden thirst for power. The rebel does not suppress, he transforms. He brings the light of awareness to every corner of his being. He knows that there is nothing bad in human nature. There are only energies that are misdirected. Anger can be transformed into courage. Sex can be transformed into love. And love can be transformed into prayer. But this transformation is only possible if you accept yourself totally. Acceptance is the alchemy of the soul. When you accept yourself, the fight stops. And when the fight stops, the energy that was being wasted in the conflict becomes available for your growth. This is why Zen is so beautiful. Zen is the ultimate expression of the rebel. It does not believe in scriptures. It does not believe in rituals. It does not believe in statues. It believes only in your own original face, the face you had before you were born, the face that is yours when all the masks are gone. The Zen master might hit you with a stick, or he might laugh at your serious questions. He is trying to suck you out of your mind. He is trying to wake you up from the dream of the ego. In the silence of Zen, you find that there is no self to be found. This is the ultimate secret. You have been looking for your soul or your ego as if it is a thing. But when you look deep inside, you find a beautiful nothingness. Not a nothingness as in emptiness, but a no-thingness. You are not a thing. You are a process. You are a flow. You are the vast sky in which clouds of thoughts and emotions come and go. The ego is just a collection of memories and identifications. It is like the dust that settles on a mirror. You are the mirror, not the dust. The rebel keeps the mirror clean. He does not allow the past to accumulate. He is always fresh, always new. Every morning is a new birth for him. He does not carry the grudges of yesterday into today. He does not carry the failures of the past as a burden on his back. The revolutionary is obsessed with justice. But what is justice? It is just a social contract. The rebel is obsessed with justness, being in tune with existence. Justness is a state of harmony. When you are in harmony with the trees, with the stars, with the people around you, you are just. You don't need a court of law to tell you how to behave. You behave out of your own heart's song. This harmony is only possible if you drop the idea of being a separate entity. The ego creates a wall between you and the universe. It says, "This is me and that is the world." This separation is the root of all misery. It makes you feel small, vulnerable, and afraid. It makes you feel like an island in a vast, hostile ocean. The rebel realizes that he is not an island, he is the ocean. This realization is what I call religiousness. It has nothing to do with being a member of a church. It is the feeling of oneness with all that is. When you feel this oneness, how can you be violent? How can you be greedy? If you see yourself in the other, how can you hurt the other? Love becomes as natural as breathing. You don't have to try to be kind. Kindness is the natural byproduct of your awakening. People ask me, if everyone becomes a rebel, won't there be chaos? I tell them, the world is already in chaos. What you call order is just a managed chaos. It is a piece of the graveyard. Real order comes from within. It is the order of the stars. Nobody is telling the stars how to move, yet they move in perfect harmony. Nobody is telling the seasons when to change, yet they change in perfect rhythm. When human beings become conscious, a new kind of order will emerge, an order based on freedom, not on force. This new man, the rebel, will be a scientist of the inner world and a poet of the outer world. He will use his reason to understand the laws of nature, and he will use his heart to experience the beauty of existence. He will be a bridge between the known and the unknown. Do not look for leaders. Leaders will only lead you to more misery. They want followers, and followers are just people who are too afraid to walk their own path. Be your own leader. Be your own light. It is better to stumble on your own path than to walk perfectly on someone else's. At least the stumble is yours. At least the experience is real. The path of the rebel is the path of unlearning. You have learned too much. Your head is full of other people's ideas. You have to vomit it all out. You have to become ignorant again. This ignorance is not the absence of knowledge, it is the presence of innocence. It is the state of not knowing. When you don't know, you are open. When you don't know, you are ready to learn. A man who thinks he knows is a closed book. A man who knows he doesn't know is an open window. Open your windows. Let the fresh air of existence blow through you. Let the sunlight of truth illuminate your dark corners. Don't be afraid of the void that you find when you drop your knowledge. That void is your very being. It is the womb of all creativity. Every great artist, every great poet, every great mystic has known this void. They have all touched that point of nothingness where the ego disappears and the universe starts speaking through them. The rebel makes this state of nothingness his permanent home. He lives in the world, but he is not of it. He plays his part in the drama of life, but he never forgets that he is just an actor. This detachment is not indifference. It is the highest form of love. When you are attached, you are trying to possess. When you possess, you kill the thing you love. A bird in a cage is no longer the bird that was flying in the sky. The beauty is gone, the song is forced. The rebel loves without possessing. He gives freedom to the one he loves because he values his own freedom above all else. If you love a flower, don't pick it. If you pick it, it dies and it ceases to be what you love. So if you love a flower, let it be. Love is not about possession. Love is about appreciation. The rebel appreciates everything: the sunlight, the rain, the laughter of a child, the silence of the night. He is grateful for the very fact of being alive. This gratitude is the only true prayer. The old religions have taught you to pray for things. Give us this day our daily bread. This is not prayer, this is begging. True prayer is not asking for anything. True prayer is a thank you note to existence. It is saying thank you for this breath, thank you for this moment, thank you for the opportunity to experience this incredible mystery. The rebel lives in this state of gratitude, and when you are grateful, you are happy. It is not that happy people are grateful, it is that grateful people are happy. Happiness is a choice, it is a decision to look at the roses instead of the thorns. It is a decision to celebrate instead of complaining. The revolutionary wants to destroy the bad people. The rebel knows that there are no bad people, only people who are asleep. You don't punish a person for having a nightmare, you wake them up. My work is not to teach you, but to wake you up. My words are just a cold splash of water on your face. Wake up, the sun is rising, the birds are singing, a new day is beginning. Don't spend it in the dark room of your past. Don't spend it in the anxious dreams of your future. Live it now. Live it totally. Live it intensely. The rebel is not afraid of death because he has lived his life so totally that there is nothing left to say, nothing left to do. Death is just a rest after a long dance. Only those who have not lived are afraid of death. They are afraid because they have missed the opportunity. They are afraid because they are still waiting for life to begin. But I tell you, life has already begun. It is happening right now, in your heartbeat, in your breath. Don't wait for a better time. This is the only time. Don't wait for a better place. This is the only place. Become a rebel today, not tomorrow, not next year, now. Take a jump into the unknown. It is the only way to find out who you are. The soul is safe, but the soul is not where the treasure is. The treasure is in the depths of the ocean. You have to leave the soul behind. You have to leave the crowd behind. As you move deeper into yourself, you will find a silence that is not the absence of sound, but a presence of something divine. You will find a light that does not come from any sun, but from the very core of your consciousness. This light and this silence are your true nature. Everything else is just a passing show. The body will grow old and die. The mind will fade away. But the witness, the one who is watching the body and the mind, is eternal. To find this witness is the ultimate goal of the rebel. This is what I call the ultimate rebellion, the rebellion against death itself, not by fighting death, but by finding that which is deathless within you. Once you find the deathless, fear disappears. And when fear disappears for the first time, you are truly free. You can live, you can love, you can dance without any hesitation. The world needs this kind of freedom. It doesn't need more laws, more governments, more religions. It needs more free individuals. It needs more people who are brave enough to be themselves. I see the potential in you. I see the flame that is waiting to be fanned. Don't let the wind of the crowd blow it out. Protect it, nurture it, and let it grow into a great fire that will burn away all that is false and leave only that which is true. The truth is not something you find in a book. The truth is something you become. It is a way of living. It is a way of being. Be true to yourself. That is the only commandment of the rebel. Be honest with your own heart. Don't say yes when your heart says no. Don't follow the crowd just because it is easier. The path of the rebel is the path of the warrior. Not a warrior who fights others, but a warrior who fights his own unconsciousness. It is a long journey, but every step is worth it, because at the end of the journey, you don't find a God sitting on a throne, you find yourself, and that is the greatest discovery of all. Let us continue this journey together. Let us explore the inner landscape with the curiosity of a child and the courage of a lion. There are many more layers to peel away, many more masks to drop, but with every layer that goes, you become lighter. With every mask that drops, you become more real. And to be real is the greatest joy in existence. To be authentic, to be whole, to be one with the universe. This is what it means to be a rebel. This is the secret I wanted to share with you. Don't just listen to my words, feel the energy behind them. Let the silence between the words penetrate your soul. That is where the real communication is happening. My words are just an excuse to bring you into this silence. Stay in this silence as long as you can. It is your true home. It is the place where you are born again. And from this silence, a new life will begin. A life of freedom, a life of joy, a life of rebellion. I am with you. Existence is with you. Trust yourself, trust the process, and trust the life that is flowing through you. You are a miracle. Never forget that. You are a unique expression of the divine. Celebrate your life and let your rebellion be your dance. The dawn is near. The first rays of light are already touching the mountain tops. Soon the whole valley will be full of light. Be ready to welcome the sun. Be ready to start your day as a new human being. The rebel is the one who brings the spring. Even in the middle of winter, he carries the spring in his heart. Let your heart be full of flowers. Let your soul be full of songs. And let your life be a gift to the world. This is my message to you. Take it deep into your being. Let it transform you. And when you are transformed, you will see that the whole world has changed. Because you see the world through your own eyes. If your eyes are clear, the world is beautiful. If your heart is full of love, the world is a paradise. The choice is yours. It has always been yours. Don't wait for someone else to give you permission to be happy. Don't wait for someone else to give you permission to be free. Take it. It belongs to you. Be a rebel. Live the ultimate rebellion and find the deepest secret of spirituality, that you are the truth you have been seeking. Let this realization sink in. You are the truth you have been seeking. This is not a philosophy to be understood by the mind. It is a reality to be felt in the heartbeat. The old man, the man of the past, was always looking for the truth outside. He was looking for it in the scriptures, in the words of the prophets, in the rituals of the temples. He was like a man who has a treasure buried under his own house, but who spends his whole life begging for pennies on the street. The rebel is the one who stops begging, who goes inside his own house and who starts digging. And the first thing you find when you start digging is a layer of conditioning. You find the voices of your parents, the voices of your priests, the voices of your society. They have all told you that you are not enough as you are. They have told you that you have to become something else, that you have to be more virtuous, more successful, more spiritual. This is the greatest crime that has been committed against humanity. The creation of a deep-seated feeling of unworthiness. When you feel unworthy, you are easy to manipulate. When you feel unworthy, you are always looking for a savior, a leader, a guru who can tell you what to do. The rebel declares his own worth. He says, I am enough as I am. I may not be perfect in the eyes of the world, but I am perfect in the eyes of existence. This perfection is not a static thing, it is a dynamic flowering. A rose is perfect as a bud. It is perfect as a blossoming flower, and it is perfect as its petals fall to the ground. In every stage, it is exactly what it is supposed to be. You are also exactly what you are supposed to be in this very moment. If you can accept this, the constant tension of becoming disappears. And in that disappearance of tension, the real being begins to shine. The old humanity was based on the concept of willpower. You were told to control yourself, to discipline yourself, to force yourself to be good. But anything that is forced is false. If you force yourself to be kind, that kindness is just a mask. Underneath, the anger is still there. If you force yourself to be celibate, the sex is still there. Now even more poisonous because it is suppressed. The rebel does not believe in willpower, he believes in awareness power. He doesn't try to change his behavior, he tries to increase his consciousness. He knows that if the light is turned on, the darkness disappears by itself. You don't have to fight the darkness. You don't have to push the darkness out of the room. You just have to bring in the light. In the same way, you don't have to fight your vices. You just have to bring the light of awareness to them. If you are angry, be aware of your anger. Don't judge it. Don't try to stop it. Just watch it. See how it arises in the body. See how it affects the mind. See how it passes away. In that watching, a miracle happens. The anger loses its grip on you. It is no longer a master. It is just a passing cloud. This awareness is the only true discipline. But notice the difference. The old discipline was an external imposition, a set of rules. This awareness is an internal flowering, a natural clarity. The rebel is a man of no discipline, who is more disciplined than any saint. His discipline is not a bondage, it is a freedom. He acts out of his own clarity, not out of a fear of punishment or a hope for rewards. The society is built on the foundation of fear and greed. Heaven is the ultimate greed. Hell is the ultimate fear. The priest has used these two ties for thousands of years to keep you in line. He says, if you do what I say, you will have eternal pleasures in heaven. If you don't, you will burn in hell. This is such a childish way of looking at existence. It is an insult to human intelligence. The rebel throws away both heaven and hell. He says, I don't care about the future. I want to live in the present. And I don't want to live out of fear or greed. I want to live out of love and consciousness. When you live out of love, you are in heaven right now. When you live out of fear, you are in hell right now. Heaven and hell are not geographical locations. They are psychological states. You carry them with you wherever you go. The rebel chooses to create his own heaven here on earth. He doesn't wait for death to find out what is on the other side. He makes this side so beautiful, so luminous, that even death becomes a celebration. The revolutionary is always talking about the new society, but he is using the same old man. He thinks that if you change the laws, people will become better. But you can't make people better through laws. You can only make them more sneaky. The rebel is the only one who can truly create a new world, because he is focused on creating a new man. And the first step toward the new man is the death of the old man. You have to die to your past. You have to die to your name, your religion, your nationality, your ego. You have to become a nobody. This nobodiness is the womb of the new man. It is a state of pure potentiality. When you are a nobody, you are no longer limited by your definitions. You are as vast as the sky. You are as deep as the ocean. You are as silent as the mountains. In this silence, you hear the voice of existence. And existence is not saying be religious or be moral. Existence is saying be festive. Look at the trees, they are celebrating. Look at the stars, they are dancing. Look at the birds, they are singing. The whole universe is in a state of celebration. Only man is serious. Only man is miserable. And why? Because man has separated himself from the flow of existence. He has built a small hut of the ego, and he is sitting inside it, complaining about the darkness. The rebel breaks down the walls of the ego. He steps out into the sunlight. He joins the dance. He becomes part of the cosmic celebration. This is the only true religion, the religion of celebration. Not the religion of sacrifice, not the religion of suffering, but the religion of joy. You have been taught that suffering is holy. You have been told that the more you suffer, the closer you are to God. This is absolute nonsense. If there is a God, He must be the most joyous being in existence. Just look at the colors of the flowers. Look at the variety of the butterflies. Look at the beauty of the sunset. Does this look like the work of a serious, suffering God? No. This is the work of a playful, creative energy. The rebel is also a creator. He may not be a painter or a musician in the traditional sense, but he makes his life a work of art. Every gesture he makes, every word he speaks, every silence he shares is filled with the fragrance of his being. He doesn't live a utilitarian life, he lives a poetic life. He is not interested in being useful to the society, he is interested in being fruitful to his own soul. This fruitfulness comes from being authentic. Authenticity means being true to your own nature, even if the whole world is against you. It means having the courage to say, "This is me, and I will not pretend to be anyone else." Most people are just actors. They are playing the role of a good husband, a good wife, a good citizen, a good employee. But who is behind the role? No one knows. Even they themselves have forgotten who they are. They have become so identified with the mask that they have lost their own face. The rebel drops all roles. He is not interested in being good in the eyes of others. He is interested only in being real. And to be real is the most difficult thing in the world, because the society will try to crush you. The society loves good people because they are predictable. The society hates real people because they are unpredictable. A real person cannot be controlled. You never know what he will do next, because he doesn't act out of memory. He acts out of his own presence. This presence is a fire. It burns away all that is false. It burns away your illusions, your attachments, your fears. And most people are afraid of this fire. They prefer the cozy darkness of their ignorance. They prefer the safety of their chains. But the rebel knows that without this fire, there is no life. There is only a slow decay. He welcomes the fire. He says, "Burn everything that is not me. Burn everything that is borrowed. Let only that which is eternal remain." And what remains after the fire is the new man. The new man is like gold that has been purified in the furnace. He is pure, he is luminous, he is incorruptible. The old humanity was divided into the sinners and the saints. The rebel transcends both. He is not a sinner because he has no guilt. He is not a saint because he has no ego. He is simply a whole human being. He accepts his body, he accepts his mind, he accepts his soul. He sees them as three dimensions of the same reality. He doesn't fight his body in the name of the soul, and he doesn't forget his soul in the name of the body. He is a Zorba the Buddha, the perfect synthesis of the material and the spiritual. Zorba is the foundation, Buddha is the peak. Without the foundation, the peak cannot stand. Without the peak, the foundation has no meaning. A Buddha without a Zorba is just a ghost, pale, bloodless, and life-denying. A Zorba without a Buddha is just an animal, blind, unconscious, and driven by instincts. The rebel is the bridge. He has the passion of Zorba and the peace of Buddha. He can dance in the marketplace and he can sit in silence in the forest. He is at home everywhere because he is at home with himself. This is my vision for the future, a world of Zorba Buddhas. A world where science and meditation go hand in hand. A world where we use our technology to make the earth a paradise. And we use our meditation to make our souls a temple. There is no conflict between the two. The conflict only exists in the minds of the old people who were afraid of life. But you are the young people, not necessarily in age, but in spirit. To be young means to be open to the new. To be young means to have the courage to experiment. To be young means to be a rebel. Don't let the old people poison your mind. Don't let their wisdom become your prison. Their wisdom is just a collection of dead theories. Your own experience, however small, is more valuable than all the scriptures in the world. Trust your own experience. If your experience tells you that something is right, then it is right for you, even if the whole world says it is wrong. And if your experience tells you that something is wrong, then it is wrong for you, even if the whole world says it is right. You are the ultimate authority for your own life. This is the meaning of freedom. Freedom is not just a political right, it is a spiritual quality. It is the freedom to be yourself. It is the freedom to follow your own light. And this freedom brings with it a great responsibility. You are responsible for your own happiness, and you are responsible for your own misery. You can no longer blame your parents or your teachers or the government or God. You are the creator of your own world. Most people are afraid of this responsibility. That is why they choose slavery. Slavery is easy. In slavery, someone else is responsible. Someone else tells you what to do, what to think, how to behave. You just have to follow. It is the life of a sheep. But the life of a sheep is not a life, it is just a biological existence. The life of a rebel is a life of a lion. The lion walks alone. He doesn't belong to any flock. He doesn't follow any path. He creates his own path by walking. And even if he is alone, he is not lonely. He is full of himself. He is full of his own strength, his own majesty, his own freedom. I want you to be lions. I want you to roar with your own truth. The world has heard enough of the bleating of the sheep. Now it needs to hear the roar of the lion. It needs to hear the voice of the individual. It needs to hear the son of the rebel. This roar is not a roar of aggression. It is a roar of joy. It is a roar of celebration. It is the roar of a soul that has found its own freedom. And that roar will wake up others. It will stir the sleeping Buddhas all around the world. The rebel is the most contagious person on earth. When you see a rebel, you can't help but feel a spark of rebellion in your own heart. When you see a man who is truly free, you can't help but feel the weight of your own chains. And that feeling is the beginning of your own rebellion. So, my beloved ones, don't be afraid to be the first. Don't wait for others. Rebellion starts with you. It starts right here, right now. It starts with the decision to be authentic, to be aware, to be yourself. And don't worry about the consequences. The consequences will take care of themselves. When you are in tune with existence, existence takes care of you. It may not give you what you want in terms of your ego's desires, but it will give you what you need for your growth. It will give you challenges that will make you stronger. It will give you silences that will make you deeper. It will give you loves that will make you more vast. Life is not a problem to be solved, it is a mystery to be lived. The revolutionary tries to solve the problem. The rebel lives the mystery. He knows that the mystery can never be solved, and that is its beauty. If it could be solved, it would be a very small and boring thing. The mystery is infinite. The more you know, the more you realize how much you don't know. The more you move into the light, the more you see the vastness of the darkness. But this darkness is not scary. It is the darkness of the womb. It is the darkness of the night that is full of stars. It is the darkness of the inner cave where the treasure is hidden. The rebel is a lover of the dark as much as he is a lover of the light. He knows that there are two sides of the same coin. This wholeness is what I call spirituality. It is the ability to contain the contradictions. It is the ability to be a scientist and a mystic, a Zorba and a Buddha, a sinner and a saint. It is the ability to be a rebel. Let us stop fighting the world and start exploring ourselves. Let us stop trying to change the other and start transforming our own consciousness. This is the ultimate rebellion, and it is the only rebellion that has ever worked. All other revolutions have failed because they were based on hate. This rebellion will succeed because it is based on love. Love for oneself, and out of that, love for the whole existence. Be a rebel. Be a light unto yourself. And let your life be a testimony to the beauty of freedom. Let your dance be the only prayer you ever need. Let your laughter be the only scripture you ever follow. And let your love be the only God you ever worship. This is the way of the rebel. This is the way of truth. This is the way of life. It is a pathless path, but it is the only path that leads to the home. And the home is not far away. It is right here, in this very moment, in this very silence. Welcome home, my friends. Welcome to the world of the rebel. This home is not a place you can find on a map. It is a space within you that has always been there, but you were too busy looking at the reflections on the wall to notice the light behind you. The mind is a mirror, but it has become so covered with the dust of centuries, the dust of traditions, the dust of your ancestors' fears, the dust of your education, that it no longer reflects the truth. It only reflects the past. And the rebel is the one who takes a cloth and wipes the mirror clean. This cleaning process is what meditation is all about. It is the art of unlearning. You have been taught how to remember, but no one has taught you how to forget. You have been taught how to accumulate, but no one has taught you how to let go. To let go is the ultimate courage. Most people are clinging to their miseries because at least their miseries are familiar. They are clinging to their chains because the chains give them a sense of identity. If you take away a prisoner's chains, he might feel lost for a moment. He might ask, "Who am I without my chains?" The rebel is the one who is willing to face that "Who am I?" without any borrowed answers. He is willing to stand naked before existence, and in that nakedness, for the first time, you are beautiful. All your clothes, your titles, your degrees, your religious labels are just rags to hide your inner poverty. The rebel discovers an inner wealth that makes all the gold in the world look like pebbles. The society wants you to be a somebody. It wants you to be an achiever, a success story. But have you noticed that the people at the top are often the most miserable? They have reached the peak of the mountain only to find that it is cold, lonely, and there is nothing there. The climb was more exciting than the arrival. The rebel is not interested in peaks, he is interested in the valley. He is interested in the depths. He knows that the flowers bloom in the valley, not on the frozen peaks. He is happy being a nobody. And to be a nobody is the greatest freedom, because there is no more ego to protect. When you are a nobody, you can dance in the street, you can laugh at the wind, you can be a child again. This nobodiness is what the Zen masters call the empty heart. It is not empty of life, it is empty of self. And when the self is gone, God enters. When the guest is gone, the host can finally relax. You are the guest in your own house, and your ego is the unwelcome visitor that has taken over the living room. The rebel kicks out the visitor and reclaims his own space. This reclamation is not a violent act. It is an act of sheer awareness. You simply see that the ego is a ghost, and the moment you see a ghost for what it is, a shadow, a projection of your own fear, it disappears. It doesn't leave through the door, it simply ceases to be. Look at your relationships. Are they based on love, or are they based on a mutual need to escape loneliness? Most relationships are just two people trying to use each other to fill their own inner holes. But you cannot fill a hole from the outside. The hole is inside you, and it can only be filled from within. The rebel first learns to be alone. He enjoys his own company. He becomes a lover of his own silence. And only when you are happy in your loneliness are you capable of a true relationship. Then your relationship is not a need, but a sharing. You are so full of joy that you want to overflow into someone else. This is the difference between a beggar and a king. Two beggars together will only make each other more miserable. Two kings together create a celebration. The revolutionary wants to change the marriage laws. The rebel wants to change the human heart so that marriage is no longer needed. Marriage is a legal document, a social contract. Love is a spiritual flowering. How can you cage love in a contract? The moment you try to guarantee love for the future, you have killed it in the present. Love is a bird on the wing. It stays as long as it wants to stay. And when it wants to go, no law can keep it. The rebel honors the freedom of the other as much as his own. He says, I am with you as long as our hearts are dancing together. The moment the dance stops, we say thank you and move on. This honesty is too much for the society to handle. The society prefers the lie of a stable but dead marriage over the instability of a living love. But the rebel is not here to please the society. He is here to live his truth. And truth is always changing, always moving, always fresh. Truth is not a static dogma, it is a river. If you try to stop the river, it becomes a stagnant pool. If you let it flow, it stays pure. The rebel is a flow. He doesn't have a fixed character. Only people with character are predictable. And predictability is a form of death. The rebel is spontaneous. He responds to the moment. He doesn't act according to a blueprint. He acts according to his own heartbeat. This spontaneity is very scary to those who live in fear. They want to know what you are going to do tomorrow. They want to be sure that you will behave according to their expectations. But the rebel says, I don't even know what I am going to do in the next 5 minutes. It depends on the wind, it depends on the sun, it depends on the silence. This is the beauty of life. It's unpredictability. If everything was planned and certain, life would be a bore. It is the uncertainty that makes it an adventure. The old religions have taught you to be afraid of the body. They have called the body a vessel of sin. They have told you to fast, to flagellate yourself, to deny your senses. This is a crime against nature. Your body is the most sophisticated mechanism in the universe. It is a masterpiece of billions of years of evolution, and it is the only house you have. The rebel loves his body. He listens to its wisdom. He knows that the body has its own intelligence that is much older and deeper than the mind. When you are hungry, the body knows. When you are tired, the body knows. The mind is a newcomer, a breast child that thinks it knows everything. The rebel puts the mind in its place as a servant and allows the body and the soul to lead. This harmony between the body and the soul is what I call health. Not just the absence of disease, but a state of wholeness. When your body is vibrating with energy and your soul is silent and peaceful, you are healthy. Then you are a whole man. Then you don't need any external stimulants, no drugs, no alcohol, no artificial entertainment. Life itself is the greatest intoxication. The way the sun hits the dew on the grass, the way the wind whispers through the pine trees, the way a friend looks into your eyes. If you are sensitive, these things are enough to make you drunk with joy. The revolutionary is always serious. He is carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. He thinks he has to save humanity. The rebel knows that humanity doesn't need to be saved. It needs to be awakened. And you can only awaken others if you yourself are awake. A person who is trying to save others while he is still in the dark is just a nuisance. He is like a blind man trying to lead other blind men. The rebel focuses on his own light. He knows that if he can become a sun, flowers will bloom around him automatically. He doesn't have to go and pull the flowers out of the ground. The priest is the ultimate enemy of the rebel. The priest is a middleman. He stands between you and existence. He claims to have the keys to heaven. He claims to know what God wants. The rebel says, I don't need a middleman. I have a direct connection with the universe. I am a part of it, and it is a part of me. The priest wants you to pray in a certain way, in a certain language, at a certain time. The rebel knows that his whole life is a prayer. Every breath is a communion. He doesn't need to go to a temple. He finds the temple wherever he stands, under a tree, by a river, in a crowded marketplace. Everywhere is holy ground for the rebel. This is the deeper meaning of rebellion. It is the end of the special. Nothing is special, and therefore everything is divine. There is no sacred day and profane day. There is no holy man and unholy man. These are all divisions created by the mind to control you. To the rebel, the scavenger is as divine as the king. The sinner is as divine as the saint. In fact, the sinner might even be more alive than the saint because he hasn't repressed his humanity. The saint is often just a person who has frozen himself into a statue of goodness. The rebel is warm, he is liquid, he is human. The society uses guilt as a leash. They make you feel guilty about your sex, about your anger, about your joy. If you are happy when others are suffering, they make you feel guilty. If you are successful when others are failing, they make you feel guilty. This guilt is a poison that eats away at your soul. The rebel drops all guilt. He knows that he is not responsible for the madness of the world. He is only responsible for his own consciousness. He doesn't apologize for his joy. He doesn't hide his light so that others won't feel dim. He shines as brightly as he can, and in doing so, he gives others permission to shine too. Your conscience is nothing but the voice of the dead. It is the voice of your grandfather, the voice of your ancient teachers, the voice of long dead prophets. It is a haunting. The rebel exorcises these ghosts. He wants to hear his own voice, even if it is a small flickering voice at first. He wants to listen to his own heart, even if it leads him into the wilderness. It is better to be lost in the wilderness on your own feet than to be safe in a cage. In the cage, you are fed, you are protected, you are secure, but you have no sky. The rebel wants the sky. He wants the stars. He wants the infinite. And for that, he is willing to risk everything. This risk-taking is the very heart of spirituality. If you are not a gambler, you can never be a mystic. You have to be willing to lose everything you have to find that which you are. You have to lose your ego to find your soul. You have to lose your mind to find your being. This losing is actually the greatest gain. But the mind cannot understand this. The mind only understands the logic of more. It wants more money, more power, more knowledge, more spiritual experiences. The rebel understands the logic of less. He wants to be less and less until he is nothing. And in that nothingness, he becomes everything. This is the paradox of the spiritual path. The more you empty yourself, the more the universe fills you. Look at the clouds. They don't have a destination. They just float. Look at the water in the stream. It just follows the path of least resistance. It doesn't fight the rocks, it simply flows around them. The rebel is like a cloud, like a stream. He has no purpose in the worldly sense. His only purpose is to be. He doesn't want to become anything because he knows that he is already everything. The search for a goal is a way of avoiding the present. It is a way of saying, this moment is not enough, I need something else. The rebel says this moment is more than enough. It is overflowing with beauty. This attitude of Wu Wei, action through inaction, is the secret of the masters. You don't do meditation, you fall into it. You don't do love, you happen to it. All the best things in life are happenings, not doings. You cannot force a flower to bloom. You can provide the soil, you can provide the water, you can provide the sun, and then you wait. The blooming is a miracle that happens in its own time. The rebel provides the right conditions in his own life: silence, awareness, love, and then he waits for the miracle of awakening. This waiting is not a passive waiting, it is a vibrant waiting. It is like a bird on a branch, ready to fly at any moment. It is like a seed under the earth, waiting for the first rain. It is a state of total readiness. Most people are either living in the past or in the future, so they are never ready. When the miracle happens, they are not home. They are out shopping, or they are lost in their memories. The rebel is always home. He is always present. The revolutionary is a prisoner of time. He is always looking at the clock, always worried about the deadline for the revolution. The rebel lives in timelessness. He knows that the only time that exists is now. He doesn't hurry, he doesn't worry. He knows that existence has its own rhythm, and he is in tune with that rhythm. If the spring hasn't come, he doesn't try to pull the leaves out of the trees. He enjoys the winter. He enjoys the silence of the snow. And when the spring comes, he dances with the flowers. This total acceptance of the seasons of life makes the rebel indestructible. You can take away his physical freedom, but you cannot take away his inner sky. You can kill his body, but you cannot kill his laughter. Socrates died with a smile on his lips. Al-Hillaj Mansur died singing. These are the real rebels. They showed the world that there is something in the human soul that is beyond the reach of any tyrant, beyond the reach of death itself. The world is afraid of such people. That is why they are called madmen or heretics. But this madness is the only sanity in a mad world. The society is a collective madness. People are fighting over pieces of land, over names of gods, over colors of flags. Is this sanity? People are destroying the very earth that supports them for the sake of profit. Is this sanity? The rebel is the only sane person because he has stepped out of this collective hallucination. He has woken up from the dream. Waking up is not easy. It is like a birth. It is painful to leave the warm, dark womb of the ego. It is painful to open your eyes to the bright light of truth. But once you have seen the light, you can never go back to the darkness. You can never be a sheep again. Once you have tasted the freedom of being a lion, you can never be a follower again. Once you have discovered your own inner master. I see many of you are on the verge of this awakening. You are tired of the old ways. You are tired of the lies. You are tired of the misery. You have tried everything: money, power, relationships, religions, and nothing has worked. This nothing has worked is a great realization. It means you are finally ready to try the only thing that does work: going within. Don't be discouraged by your failures. Your failures are your stepping stones. Every time you find out what doesn't work, you are closer to finding out what does. Every time you see a lie for what it is, you are closer to the truth. The rebel is not a person who has never failed. He is a person who has failed many times but has never given up on his search. He is a person who has the courage to start again and again with the innocence of a child. Be innocent. Don't be clever. The mind is clever, but the soul is innocent. Cleverness is a way of protecting yourself. Innocence is a way of opening yourself. The mind wants to know so it can control. The soul is happy not knowing so it can wonder. The rebel lives in a state of constant wonder. He sees the mystery of existence in every grain of sand, in every leaf of every tree. This wonder is the beginning of wisdom. Not the wisdom of books, but the wisdom of life. A wise man is not a man who has all the answers. He is a man who has no questions. He is so in love with the mystery that he no longer wants to solve it. He wants to live it. He wants to be it. The revolutionary wants to create a utopia. The word utopia means nowhere. It is a dream of a perfect future. The rebel doesn't want a utopia. He wants a topos, a place. He wants to live in the here and now. He knows that perfection is not a goal to be reached, it is a quality to be seen. Existence is already perfect. The only thing that is missing is your awareness of its perfection. If you can see the perfection in a storm, in a drought, in a birth and in a death, then you are a rebel. If you can see the godliness in the garbage as well as in the temple, then you have arrived. There is nowhere else to go. You have reached the source. But this source is not the end. It is the beginning of a new way of living. A way of living that is not based on doing, but on being. A way of living that is not based on clinging, but on flowing. A way of living that is a constant celebration. I see you and I see the potential for this celebration in each of you. You are like seeds that have been kept in a dark room for too long. You are dusty, you are dry, you are afraid. But the sun is shining outside and the rain is falling. All you have to do is step out. All you have to do is break your shell. Yes, breaking the shell is painful, but it is the only way to become a tree. It is the only way to bloom. It is the only way to fulfill your destiny. Don't be a seed. Seeds are boring. They are just promises. Be a flower. Be a fruit. Share your fragrance with the world. The rebel is a flowering of the human spirit. He is the highest peak of consciousness, and he is not a special person. He is what every human being is meant to be. He is the natural man. The society has made you unnatural. It has made you into a machine, a puppet, a slave. Rebellion is simply the process of becoming natural again. It is the process of reclaiming your humanity. So let us be human. Let us be fragile. Let us be vulnerable. Let us be real. Don't try to be superhuman. That is just another ego trip. Be simply human, and in that simplicity you will find a divinity that no Superman can ever know. The journey continues. Every moment is a new door. Every breath is a new opportunity. Don't look back. Don't look too far ahead. Just look at this step. This step is the only reality. And if this step is taken with awareness, the whole journey will be a dance. I am happy to see so many of you walking this path. It is a lonely path, but we are all walking it together. We are a sangha of rebels. We don't have a leader. We don't have a dogma. We don't have a hierarchy. We only have our love for the truth and our commitment to our own consciousness. And that is enough. That is more than enough. It is the only thing that has ever changed the world. And it is the only thing that ever will. Not through violence, not through politics, but through the quiet, steady radiation of awaked individuals. Be that radiation, be that light, be that rebellion. Beloved ones, the radiation I speak of is not something you can manufacture. It is not a technique you can learn in a weekend seminar. It is the natural consequence of being utterly, radically honest with yourself. Most people live in a state of constant self-deception. They say one thing, they think another, and they do a third. This creates a split in the soul, a fragmentation that drains your energy. The rebel is the one who integrates these layers. He becomes a single focused ray of light. And when you are integrated, you have a power that no army can match. It is the power of truth. Think about the way you use language. You say, I love you. But what do you really mean? Usually you mean, I want to own you. Or, I am afraid of being alone, and you are a convenient shield against the dark. The rebel cleanses his language because he has cleansed his heart. When he says love, it is a gift, not a demand. He doesn't use words to hide, he uses words to reveal. But even more than words, he uses silence. Have you ever sat with someone in total silence and felt a deeper communication than any conversation could provide? That is the space where the rebel lives. The revolutionary is always shouting. He needs a megaphone because his message is shallow. He needs to drown out the voices of others. The rebel speaks in a whisper, or he doesn't speak at all. His presence is his message. If you are thirsty, you don't need a lecture on water. You need a well. The rebel is a well. He doesn't try to convince you, he simply offers himself. If you are ready, you drink. If you are not, he waits. There is no hurry in the heart of a rebel. He knows that eternity is on his side. One of the greatest fears the society instills in you is the fear of being wrong. From your first day in school, you are punished for mistakes and rewarded for being right. But what is right? In the eyes of the society, right is whatever maintains the status quo. Right is being a productive cog in the machine. The rebel is not afraid of being wrong. In fact, he knows that the path to truth is paved with mistakes. Each mistake is a lesson. Each failure is a shedding of an illusion. The man who is afraid of making mistakes never grows. He stays safe, but he stays dead. I want you to fall in love with your mistakes. They are the signatures of your uniqueness. They show that you are experimenting, that you are exploring, that you are not just following a pre-written script. The society wants you to be perfect, but their perfection is the perfection of a plastic flower. It never wilts, but it never grows, and it has no fragrance. The rebel prefers to be a real rose with thorns, with the possibility of being eaten by a goat, with the certainty of wilting, because the real rose is alive. It breathes, it feels the sun and the rain. Let us talk about the new man again. This is not just a better version of the old man. It is a completely different species. The old man was a creature of faith. The new man is a creature of experience. The old man was a believer. The new man is an enquirer. The old man was nationalistic. The new man belongs to the whole earth. The old man was sectarian. The new man is universal. This new man is already being born within you. Every time you question a tradition, every time you choose joy over duty, every time you act out of awareness instead of habit, the new man takes a breath. The revolutionary wants to bring the new man through blood and fire. He thinks that if he kills the bad people, the good people will flourish. But history shows that the people who kill in the name of the good become the most bad. The rebel knows that the new man can only be born through the fire of meditation. This fire doesn't kill others, it kills your own ego. It burns away the me and the mine, and what is left is a consciousness that is as fresh as the morning dew. You have been told that you are a sinner. This is a dirty trick played by the priests to keep you in their grip. If you are a sinner, you need a savior. If you are a sinner, you need to go to the church and confess, I tell you, there is no such thing as sin. There are only mistakes made out of unconsciousness. If you stumble in the dark, is it a sin? No, it is just a lack of light. If you bring a lamp into the room, the stumbling stops. Meditation is that lamp. Once you are conscious, you cannot sin because you cannot knowingly hurt yourself or others. The rebel replaces the concept of sin with the concept of unconsciousness, and he replaces the concept of virtue with the concept of awareness. A man of awareness is naturally virtuous. He doesn't have to try. He doesn't have to follow a code of conduct. His virtue is a spontaneous response to reality. When you see a child falling into a well, you don't look up a rule book to see if you should help. You jump. That jump is the only true morality. It is a response from the heart, not from the head. The society has paralyzed your heart and overdeveloped your head. You are like a person with a giant brain and a shriveled soul. You can calculate the distance to the stars, but you cannot feel the beauty of the flower at your feet. You can analyze the chemical composition of a tear, but you cannot understand the grief or the joy behind it. The rebel restores the balance. He uses the head for the things of the world, but he uses the heart for the things of the spirit. He is a whole being. This wholeness is the only holiness. The word holy comes from the same root as whole and health. To be holy is to be healthy and whole. It is not about being a martyr. It is not about living on a pillar in the desert. It is about living in the world with such grace and such awareness that everything you touch becomes sacred. When a rebel eats, it is a sacrament. When a rebel walks, it is a pilgrimage. When a rebel sleeps, it is a deep meditation. Don't be afraid of the unholy. The unholy is just the holy that has been suppressed. Your sexual energy is holy. Your anger is holy. Your playfulness is holy. When you suppress these things, they become unholy. They become perverted. They become violent. They become ugly. The rebel accepts everything. He doesn't say this is divine and that is devilish. He knows that the devil is just the divine seen through the eyes of fear. The word devil comes from the same root as divine. They are two sides of the same energy. If you can accept your darkness, it becomes light. If you can accept your devil, he becomes your friend. He is the energy that drives you. Without the devil, you would have no passion, no drive, no creativity. The Buddha provides the direction, but the Zorba provides the fuel. You need both. A car with a steering wheel but no engine is useless. A car with an engine but no steering wheel is a disaster. The rebel is the one who has both a powerful engine and a steady hand on the wheel. This is the deeper secret of the ultimate rebellion. It is a rebellion against all forms of duality. The world has been divided into good and evil, spirit and matter, man and woman, life and death. The rebel sees the underlying unity. He sees that life and death are two wings of the same bird. He sees that man and woman are two poles of the same electricity. He sees that matter is just a condensed form of spirit, and spirit is just a refined form of matter. In this unity, all conflict ends. You are no longer fighting yourself. You are no longer trying to kill one part of you to save another part. You become a non-dual being. This is the state of Advaita, the realization that there is no other. When there is no other, there is only love. Not a love directed at someone, but a love that is your very atmosphere. You breathe love, you radiate love, you are love. The revolutionary is a man of either or. He says either you are with me or you are against me. The rebel is a man of both ends. He says you are me and I am you. This is a very different vibration. It is the vibration of the future. The old world of either or is dying. It is destroying itself through its own divisions. We are seeing the final gasps of the old mind, the nationalism, the religious fanaticism, the economic greed. These are all symptoms of a dying consciousness. The rebel is the midwife of the new consciousness. He is here to help the new man be born. And this birth starts with you. You are the laboratory. You are the experiment. Don't look at the world and feel despair. The world is just a mirror of the collective mind. If you change your mind, the mirror will change. If you become a rebel, you have already started the process of changing the world. One awake person is more powerful than a million people who are fast asleep. I see you are worried about the future. I tell you, don't worry. The future doesn't exist. There is only this moment. If you can make this moment beautiful, the next moment will be beautiful too, because it will be born out of this one. The future is just a harvest of the seeds you are sowing now. If you sow seeds of rebellion, seeds of awareness, seeds of love, the harvest will be a paradise. If you sow seeds of fear and greed, the harvest will be a desert. Be a gardener of the soul. Pull out the weeds of the past. Water the flowers of the present, and let the sunlight of truth shine upon everything. This is the work. It is not a job. It is a joy. It is the most creative work a human being can do. To create yourself is the ultimate art. The society will try to distract you. It will offer you toys, money, fame, power, gadgets. It will try to make you comfortable in your slavery. But the rebel knows that a golden cage is still a cage. He prefers the thorns of the desert if they come with freedom. He knows that comfort is a slow poison. It makes you dull. It makes you lazy. It makes you forget your destiny. Stay uncomfortable. Stay hungry. Stay thirsty. This thirst is your best friend. It is what keeps you moving. It is what keeps you searching. The day you are satisfied with the world as it is, you are dead. The rebel is eternally dissatisfied, not with a bitter dissatisfaction, but with a divine longing for more and more light, more and more love, more and more freedom. This longing is what I call sannyas. It is not about wearing orange robes or changing your name. Those are just symbols. True sannyas is the internal decision to be a rebel. It is the decision to live according to your own light, regardless of the cost. It is the decision to be a seeker of truth, not a follower of tradition. It is the decision to be in the world, but not of it. I see many people who call themselves sannyasins, but they are just part of a new crowd. They have just traded one set of rules for another. They have just replaced their old priest with a new one. This is not what I want. I don't want followers. I want friends. I don't want believers. I want rebels. A follower is a shadow. A friend is a light. A believer is a slave. A rebel is a master. If you understand me, you will not follow me. You will follow yourself. You will use my words as a mirror, not as a map. You will use my silence as a sanctuary, not as a hiding place. You will be inspired by my presence, but you will not try to imitate me. Imitation is a form of suicide. You were born an original. Don't die a copy. The rebel is the only person who is truly original. He doesn't copy anyone. not even a Buddha. He knows that his path is unique. He knows that his dance is unique. He knows that his song is unique. And he celebrates that uniqueness. He doesn't try to be better than others. He just tries to be more of himself. This is the message of the trees. A pine tree doesn't try to be an oak tree. An oak tree doesn't try to be a rose bush. They are all happy being themselves. The pine tree is magnificent in its height. The rose bush is magnificent in its fragrance. There is no comparison. Comparison is a disease of the human mind. The rebel has cured himself of this disease. He has stopped comparing himself with anyone. He is content being a nobody if that is what he is. He is content being a somebody if that is what he is. His contentment doesn't depend on his status, it depends on his awareness. When you are content, you are rich. When you are discontented, you are a beggar, even if you are the emperor of the world. The rebel is the richest person on earth because he has found the inner diamond. He has found the source of all joy. And he knows that this source is inexhaustible. He can share it with the whole world and it will only increase. Love is the only thing that increases by sharing. Knowledge decreases, money decreases, energy decreases, but love and awareness increase. The more you give, the more you have. This is the magic of the spiritual world. The rebel is a magician who has discovered this secret. He spends his life giving, sharing, overflowing. He is a cloud that is so heavy with rain that it has to shower. He is a flower that is so full of fragrance that it has to release it to the wind. Sharing is not a duty for the rebel, it is a luxury, it is a celebration. He doesn't share because he wants to help people, that is an ego trip. He shares because he cannot help but share. He is like a fountain. A fountain doesn't help people, it just flows. If you are there to receive the water, you are lucky. The fountain is not doing you a favor, it is just being its nature. Be like a fountain, let your joy flow, let your love flow, let your rebellion flow. Don't worry about who is receiving it, just give. The act of giving is its own reward. The act of sharing is its own fulfillment. In that sharing, you will find that the division between you and the other disappears. You will find that the whole existence is one single pulsating energy. This is the deepest secret of spirituality. It is not something you find in a book. It is something you find in the act of living. It is the realization that I am the universe. This is not an egoistic statement. It is a statement of total humility. It means I am nothing, and therefore the whole universe can flow through me. When the I disappears, the all appears. This is the ultimate rebellion. The rebellion against the small self in favor of the great self. The revolutionary is trying to expand the small self. He wants my country, my party, my ideology to win. The rebel is trying to dissolve the small self. He doesn't care who wins, because he knows that in the end, existence always wins. He is on the side of existence. He is a channel for existence. When you are a channel, there is no stress. There is no anxiety. You are not the doer. You are just the instrument. The music is not yours. It is the universe's. You are just the flute. The rebel is a hollow bamboo. He has cleaned out all the knots of his ego so that the divine can blow through him and create beautiful music. Can you be a hollow bamboo? It sounds simple, but it is the hardest thing in the world. It means letting go of all your knots, your prejudices, your opinions, your desires, your fears. It means being empty. But this emptiness is not a vacuum. It is a pregnant emptiness. It is the emptiness of a womb that is ready to give birth to a star. I am looking for people who are willing to be empty. I am looking for people who are willing to be hollow bamboos. If we have a few such people, the world will hear a music it has never heard before. It will hear the music of the spheres. It will hear the song of the eternal. This music is what will heal the world. Not politics, not economics, not science, but music. The music of consciousness, the music of love, the music of rebellion. Let us listen to this music together. Let us dance to this rhythm. Let us be part of this cosmic harmony. The time for the old man is over. The time for the rebel has come. The dawn is breaking. The sun is rising. Open your eyes. Open your heart. Open your soul. The rebellion is happening. It is happening in the silence of your meditation. It is happening in the joy of your dance. It is happening in the authenticity of your love. You are the revolution, not the political one, but the spiritual one. You are the hope of the world. Don't let the world pull you back into its madness. Stay awake, stay alert, stay a rebel, and remember, I am with you. Not as a leader, not as a boss, but as a fellow traveler. We are walking the same path. We are breathing the same air. We are part of the same mystery. Let us celebrate this mystery. Let us celebrate this rebellion. Let us celebrate this life. Now, as we move into the deeper layers of this discourse, I want you to feel the space around you. Feel the presence of your fellow rebels. We are not a crowd. We are a communion. We are individuals who have come together in freedom. There is no bondage here. There is only love. In this love, you can truly be yourself. You don't have to pretend. You don't have to hide. You can be as mad as you want, as joyful as you want, as silent as you want. This is a sanctuary for the soul. Let this sanctuary expand. Let it cover the whole earth. This is my vision. The earth as a sanctuary for the soul. The earth as a place of celebration. The earth as a paradise of the rebel. It is possible. It is within our reach. But it starts with you. It starts with your decision to be real. It starts with your decision to be a rebel. Are you ready? The universe is waiting for your yes. Not a yes of the lips, but a yes of the whole being. Say yes to life. Say yes to love. Say yes to the ultimate rebellion. And in that yes, you will find everything you have ever been looking for. You will find yourself. The morning is here. The birds are calling. The sun is shining. Let us step out into the new day with a new heart and a new soul. Let us live the rebellion. The realization of being a hollow bamboo, as I said, is the ultimate opening. But look at the obstacles that prevent this openness. The biggest obstacle is your education. What you call education is actually a sophisticated form of conditioning. It is a process of stuffing your head with the ideas of the past. It prepares you to be a clerk, a soldier, a technician, but it never prepares you to be a human being. A real education would be the education of the inner. It would not only teach you about the geography of the earth, but also about the geography of your soul. It would not only teach you the history of the dead, but the mystery of the living. In the world of the rebel, education would be an entirely different phenomenon. It would be based on three things. First, silence. Second, creativity. And third, the science of consciousness. Silence is the foundation. Without silence, your intelligence remains buried under the noise of the mind. Creativity is the expression of that silence. When you are silent, you naturally want to create something, a song, a painting, a garden. And the science of consciousness is the method by which you remain alert and awake in everything you do. The society is afraid of this kind of education because it creates individuals, not robots. It creates people who can see through the lies of the powerful. It creates people who cannot be led like sheep. The revolutionary tries to change the curriculum. The rebel changes the very purpose of learning. For the rebel, education is not a preparation for a job, it is a preparation for life. It is the art of living totally, intensely, and joyfully. Consider the concept of work. In the current society, work is a burden. It is something you do because you have to survive. It is a form of slavery. The rebel transforms work into play. When you love what you do, it is no longer work. It is a celebration. It is a creative act. Whether you are cleaning a floor or writing a symphony, if it comes from your heart, it is spiritual. The rebel does not wait for the weekend to have fun. His whole life is a weekend. He lives in a state of constant celebration because he has found the secret of turning everything into a meditation. This brings us to the question of the commune. The old society is based on the family. The family is the smallest unit of the crowd. It is a place of attachment, of possessiveness, of conditioning. The family is where the ego is born and nurtured. The rebel envisions a commune as a replacement for the family. A commune is not a group of people living together out of necessity. It is a gathering of individuals living together out of freedom. In a commune, there is no possessiveness. Children belong to the whole community, not to specific parents. This prevents the transfer of conditioning from one generation to the next. In a commune, love is free. It is not a contract, it is a sharing of energy. When love is free, it becomes a tremendously purifying force. It loses its jealousy, its competition, its violence. It becomes a bridge to the divine. The revolutionary thinks that by changing the laws of property, he can create a commune. But a commune is not a socio-economic structure. It is a spiritual vibration. It can only exist between people who are meditative, people who are aware, people who are rebels. The world is suffering from a deep loneliness. People are surrounded by crowds, yet they are alone. This is because they have lost the art of communing. They only know how to communicate, which is a mind-to-mind process. Communing is a heart-to-heart, soul-to-soul process. The rebel is one who knows how to commune. He knows how to sit in silence with another human being and feel their heartbeats. He knows how to look into the eyes of a stranger and see his own reflection. This sense of oneness is the only cure for the misery of the world. Look at the science of today. It is a science without a soul. It has created great technology, but it has also created the means to destroy the world. This is because science is in the hands of the unconscious mind. The rebel wants to bring science and meditation together. He wants a science of the soul. When the external science is guided by inner meditation, it becomes a blessing. It can end poverty, it can end disease, it can make the earth a garden. But without meditation, science is a curse. It becomes a tool of destruction in the hands of the politicians and the priests. You are at a crossroads. Either you continue with the old way of living and destroy yourself, or you choose the way of the rebel and create a new humanity. There is no third alternative. The old man has reached his limit. He is like a house that is on fire. You cannot save the house. You can only save yourself by jumping out of it. And when you jump out, you find that the whole sky is yours. The rebellion I am talking about is not a struggle against anyone. It is a struggle for yourself. It is the struggle to wake up. And once you are awake, you will see that all the problems of the world are just shadows created by a sleeping mind. When the mind wakes up, the shadows disappear. War, poverty, inequality, religious hatred, these are all symptoms of a deep sleep. You don't fight the symptoms, you wake up the patient. My work here is to be a wake-up call. I am shouting into your ears. I am shaking you. I am doing everything I can to disturb your sleep. If you are angry with me, I understand. A person who is deeply asleep doesn't like to be disturbed. He wants to continue his dream. But the dream is becoming a nightmare. If I don't wake you up now, you may never wake up. Be brave enough to open your eyes. The light may hurt at first, but it is the light of life. The silence may feel strange at first, but it is the silence of the eternal. The freedom may feel overwhelming at first, but it is the freedom of the soul. You have nothing to lose but your chains, and you have a whole universe to gain. The rebel is the only person who can truly say, I am alive. Everyone else is just existing, just vegetating, just waiting for death. The rebel lives every moment as if it is the first and the last. He has no past to carry and no future to worry about. He is a vertical being. The crowd is horizontal. It moves from the past to the future. The rebel is vertical. He moves from the surface to the center. And at the center, there is no time. At the center, there is only amness. This amness is the ultimate secret. It is what the Upanishads call Aham Brahmasmi. I am the Absolute. It is what Jesus meant when he said, I and my Father are one. It is not a statement of the ego. It is a statement of the disappearance of the ego. When the I is gone, only the amness remains. And that amness is the same in you, in me, in the trees, in the stars. Feel this amness right now. In this silence between my words, feel your own existence. You don't need a proof that you are. You are the proof. This simple feeling of being is the most profound experience in the universe. It is the source of all joy, all love, all truth. The rebel makes this experience his constant companion. He never loses touch with his center, even in the middle of the marketplace, even in the middle of a war. The rebel remains at the center. He is like the eye of a hurricane. The whole world may be spinning around him, but he is still. He is at peace. This peace is not a cowardice. It is the highest form of strength. It is the strength of a mountain. It is the strength of the truth. The world needs such people. It needs people who cannot be shaken by the winds of fashion, the winds of politics, or the winds of tradition. It needs people who are rooted in their own being. It needs rebels. I see the seed of rebellion in your eyes. I see the thirst for the unknown. Don't suppress it. Don't try to be normal. Normality is just a fancy name for mediocrity. Be abnormal. Be eccentric. Be mad in the eyes of the world, because only those who are mad enough to think they can change themselves actually do. And when you change yourself, you change the world. The revolutionary wants to change the world so he can be happy. The rebel is happy, and therefore he changes the world. The revolutionary is motivated by a lack. The rebel is motivated by an abundance. Can you feel the difference? One is a beggar's rebellion. The other is a king's rebellion. Be a king. Reclaim your inner kingdom. Don't wait for a revolution in the street. Start the rebellion in your own heart. Throw out the old rulers, the fears, the greed, the ambitions. Let awareness be your only king. Let love be your only law, and let celebration be your only prayer. The morning is coming. The birds are already singing. A new world is waiting to be born. It is waiting for you. Don't let it wait any longer. Take the jump. Be a rebel. As you walk this path, you might find that the old world starts to fall away. Your old friends might not understand you. Your family might be worried. The society might call you a heretic. Let them. Their opinion of you is none of your business. Your business is with the truth. Your business is with your own soul. And remember, on this path, you are never really alone. The entire universe supports the one who is true to himself. The trees will whisper to you. The stars will guide you. And the silence will embrace you. You will find a new kind of friendship, a friendship of the spirit. You will find a new kind of family, a family of fellow travelers. I am with you. My love is with you. My silence is with you. We are all part of the same great adventure. We are all parts of the same ultimate rebellion. Let us move forward with courage, with joy, and with a great laughter in our hearts. Life is a gift. Don't waste it. Live it totally. Live it as a rebel. The crisis we face today is not merely a political or economic one. It is a crisis of consciousness. For the first time in the history of this beautiful planet, humanity is standing on the verge of a global suicide. We have created enough nuclear weapons to destroy the earth many times over. Why? Because the old man is full of hate, full of fear, and full of the desire to dominate. The revolutionary wants to take these weapons away from one group and give them to another, thinking that righteous people will use them better. But the rebel knows that as long as the mind is unconscious, no one is righteous enough to hold the power of destruction. The rebel sees that the very idea of nations is a sickness. Why do we need boundaries? Why do we need passports and visas to move on our own earth? These lines on the map are lines in the human mind. They are scars of ancient wars kept alive by politicians who thrive on division. If there were no nations, there would be no need for armies. If there were no armies, the enormous energy and wealth currently wasted on weapons could be used to feed every hungry child, to heal every sick body, and to turn the deserts into gardens. This is the rebel's vision, a world without nations, one world, one humanity. The revolutionary dreams of a communist world are a democratic world, but both are just new labels for the same old divisions. The rebel dreams of a world governed by intelligence and meditation, not by power and greed. I call for a world government, not a government that rules over people, but a functional body of the most intelligent, most conscious people on earth, who manage the resources of the planet for the benefit of all. But the old mind will not let go of its power so easily. It would rather destroy the whole world than lose its control. This is the madness we are living in. The priest supports the politician, and the politician supports the priest. They are partners in the same crime. The priest promises you a heaven after death, so that you won't complain about the hell they have created for you while you are alive. The rebel is the one who exposes this conspiracy. He says, I don't want your heaven later, I want the earth to be heaven now. To make this earth a heaven, we need a complete transformation of our values. The old humanity valued work as a virtue. The new humanity will value celebration. The old humanity valued renunciation. The new humanity will value rejoicing. The old humanity was focused on the afterlife. The new humanity will be focused on this life. This shift is the essence of the ultimate rebellion. It is a rebellion for life, for love, and for laughter. Look at the ecology of our planet. We have poisoned the air, the water, and the soil. We have cut down the forests and killed the animals. This is not just pollution in the physical sense. It is a pollution of the soul. When you lose your connection with nature, you lose your connection with your own roots. The rebel is a lover of nature. He knows that he is part of this ecosystem. When he looks at a tree, he doesn't see timber, he sees a brother. When he looks at the ocean, he doesn't see a resource, he sees the source of life. The new man, the rebel, will live in harmony with nature. He will use science to protect the environment, not to exploit it. He will use his intelligence to create a lifestyle that is sustainable and dutiful. This requires a radical change in our population. We cannot continue to breed like rabbits and expect the earth to support us. The rebel is the first one to say that we need a conscious approach to birth. We need fewer people, but better people, more conscious, more loving, more creative. The society tells you that life is a struggle. I tell you, life is a dance. The struggle is created by our ego, which is always trying to be somewhere else. always trying to be someone else. The rebel drops the ego and finds that there is no struggle. Everything is provided. Existence takes care of the birds, the lilies of the field, and it will take care of you if you only learn to trust. This trust is not a belief, it is a relaxation into the flow of life. The revolutionary is a man of effort. He is always straining, always pushing, always trying to force the future. The rebel is a man of effortlessness. He knows that the best things happen when you are not trying. Meditation is the art of being effortless. Love is the art of being effortless. Creativity is the manifestation of effortlessness. When you are in a state of flow, the universe works through you. You are no longer a doer, you are a medium. Think about the ultimate rebellion against death. Up to now, man has been a victim of death. He has died in fear, in darkness, in ignorance. The rebel dies in light. He dies consciously. He knows that only that which was born can die, the body and the mind. But the witness, the consciousness, is never born and therefore never dies. To find this deathless element within yourself is the only true security. Everything else is just a temporary arrangement. The society wants you to be afraid of death because a man who is afraid can be easily controlled. He will follow any religion that promises him eternal life. But the rebel is not afraid of death because he has already died to the self. When the ego is gone, who is there to die? You are the vastness of the sky. Does the sky die when the clouds disappear? You are the depth of the ocean. Does the ocean die when the waves subside? This realization makes you a sovereign. You are no longer a subject of any king or any god. You are the master of your own destiny. You are the creator of your own truth. This is the deepest secret I have been leading you towards. It is the secret that you are already that which you are seeking. You are the Buddha. You are the Christ. You are the truth. You just have to wake up and recognize it. But the world is full of sleep talkers and sleepwalkers. They are talking about truth, but they are dreaming. They are talking about love, but they are full of hate. The rebel is the only one who is truly awake, and his wakefulness is a threat to all the sleeping institutions of the world. They will try to silence you. They will try to pull you back into the dream. They will tell you that you are irresponsible, immoral, or dangerous. I tell you, be dangerous. Being safe is a form of death. Only those who live dangerously truly know what life is. Walk on the edge of the sword. Dance on the rim of the volcano. Live every moment as if it is an explosion of joy. This is the way of the rebel. It is not a path for the faint-hearted. It is a path for those who have the courage to be themselves, even if it means being alone against the whole world. And yet, in that loneliness, you will find a strange companionship. You will find that the trees are your friends, the stars are your family, and the whole existence is your home. You will never feel alien again. You will belong to the whole, and the whole will belong to you. This is the ultimate religious experience, the experience of being one with all. The old humanity was based on character. Character is a cage of habits. You are told to be honest, brave, or kind as a matter of habit. But a habit is unconscious. The rebel doesn't have a character. He has consciousness. He is honest not because it is a habit, but because he sees the beauty of truth in this moment. He is kind not because he was told to be, but because he feels the pain of the other as his own. His response is always fresh, always new, always spontaneous. This spontaneity is the fragrance of freedom. It is the sign of a man who has broken all his chains. He is like a child who has the wisdom of an old man. He is innocent, yet he is not ignorant. He is playful, yet he is not superficial. He is the new man, the Zorba the Buddha, the rebel. This is my dream for you. This is my vision for the world. It is not a political ideology. It is a spiritual revolution. It doesn't require any organization, any headquarters, any hierarchy. It only requires your awareness. Wherever you are, be a rebel. In your office, in your home, in your relationships, bring the light of consciousness. Don't follow the crowds. Don't obey the dead. Listen to your own heart and follow its song. The journey is long, but it is beautiful. Every step is a destination. Every moment is a fulfillment. Don't wait for the end. The end is right here in the beginning. The seed is already the tree. The bud is already the flower. You are already the truth. Just relax into it. Just celebrate it. The morning sun is now high in the sky. The shadows are disappearing. The world is waking up. Be part of this awakening. Don't go back to sleep. The ultimate rebellion is calling you. It is the call of your own soul. It is the call of existence itself. Are you listening? Beloved ones, as we reach the deepest layers of this rebellion, we must address a question that many of you carry in your hearts but are afraid to ask. If the old is dying, what exactly is the new? The old man was a creature of belief, but the new man, the rebel, is a creature of experience. Up to now, humanity has lived in a state of spiritual malnutrition. You have been fed with symbols instead of the real food. You have been given stones when you were asking for bread. This is why you feel so empty, so hollow, so frustrated. You try to fill this emptiness with money, with power, with sex, or with drugs. I see the younger generation wandering in the world of chemicals, trying to find a shortcut to the divine. But let me tell you, there are no shortcuts. A chemical trip is just a dream. A sweet dream perhaps, but a dream nonetheless. It is not real. It is like a person who is hungry and dreams of a feast. When he wakes up, his hunger is still there, and now he is even more exhausted. Meditation is the only real high. It is the only experience that doesn't leave a hangover. It is the only light that doesn't go out when the chemistry wears off. If you have been searching for that light, if you have tried every path and found only dead ends, I invite you to take a look at our collection of ebooks linked below. These are not academic textbooks. They are maps for the inner territory, practical guides for the modern rebel who wants to move beyond the superficiality of today's world. And if you find that this sanctuary we have built here together is providing you with the nourishment you have been seeking, you can support our work through super thanks or by using the join button to become a member of this growing global family. Your contribution is not just a donation. It is an investment in the consciousness of humanity. The new man, whom I call the rebel, is a scientist of his own interiority. He doesn't believe in God, he explores godliness. He doesn't believe in the soul, he discovers it. And once you discover your own soul, you realize that you are the most precious thing in the universe. You are a masterpiece. The society has spent centuries telling you that you are a nothing, a cog, a sinner. I tell you, you are a god in disguise. My work is to help you drop the disguise. The ultimate rebellion is to reclaim your joy. The society is built on misery. If you are miserable, you are a good citizen. If you are miserable, you buy things to distract yourself. If you are miserable, you follow leaders who promise you a better future. But if you are happy, you are a danger to the status quo. A happy man has no need for a politician. A happy man has no need for a priest. A happy man is a sovereign. This is why I insist on celebration. Let your life be a dance. Let your laughter be your prayer. Don't wait for a special occasion to be happy. Being alive is the greatest occasion. The very fact that you can breathe, that you can see the stars, that you can love another human being, this is a miracle of such magnitude that it should leave you in a state of perpetual gratitude. In this state of gratitude, you will find that the old divisions of the world simply dissolve. There are no others, there is only us. The trees are not natural resources, they are our brothers and sisters. The ocean is not a shipping lane, it is our blood. The earth is not real estate, it is our mother. The rebel is the first one to truly respect life in all its forms. He is the true environmentalist because he has found his own inner ecology. But to find this, you must be willing to go through a dark night of the soul. You must be willing to let go of everything you think you know. You must be willing to be ignorant again. Only an empty cup can be filled. If your head is full of Bibles, Qurans and Gitas, there is no room for the fresh water of truth. Empty yourself. Vomit out all the conditioning. Become a child again. This childlike innocence combined with the awareness of an adult is the definition of the rebel. He is not a child who is ignorant, he is a man who has regained his innocence through wisdom. He has seen through the lies of the world and has chosen to remain untainted. He is like a lotus flower that grows in the mud but is not touched by it. I want to see thousands of such lotus flowers blooming all over the world. I want to see a rebellion that is silent, peaceful, but absolute, not a rebellion of the sword, but a rebellion of the heart. And it is happening. I see it in your eyes. I hear it in your silence. I feel it in your presence. If you feel this call, please share this video with those who are still searching in the dark. Let us reach the lonely souls who are waiting for a sign. Let us tell them that they are not crazy, that their rebellion is right, that their thirst is legitimate. And don't forget to like and subscribe to stay connected with this flow of awareness. Your participation is what makes this global communion possible. The revolutionary wants to create a new society based on equality. But equality is a myth. No two individuals are equal. Everyone is unique. The rebel doesn't want equality. He wants freedom. He wants a world where every individual is free to be uniquely themselves. A world where a poet is respected as a poet, a scientist as a scientist, and a gardener as a gardener. In a world of freedom, there is no hierarchy. There is only a beautiful variety, like a garden with many different kinds of flowers. This vision of a new humanity is the only thing that can save us from the impending global suicide. We have tried every other way. We have tried kings. We have tried dictators. We have tried parliaments. We have tried religions. They have all failed. Now the only thing left is the individual. You are the last hope of existence. Don't look at others for direction. Look within. Become a light unto yourself. If you can find even a small flicker of light inside you, it is enough to show you the next step. And as you take that step, the light will grow. Eventually, it will become a sun that will illuminate your whole life and the lives of those around you. This is the deepest secret of spirituality. There is no destination. The journey itself is the goal. There is no heaven to reach. You are in heaven right now, if you are aware. There is no God to meet. You are meeting God every time you look at a flower, every time you touch a tree, every time you embrace a friend. The rebel is the one who has discovered this now. He has stopped running. He has arrived. And in that arrival, there is a peace that passes all understanding. There is a joy that is not dependent on any cause. There is a love that is unconditional. As we conclude this part of our journey, I want you to sit in silence for a few moments. Don't think about what I have said. Don't analyze it. Just feel the vibration of the words. Feel the energy of the rebellion. Feel the presence of your own soul. This silence is your true home. This awareness is your true self. This rebellion is your true life. If you wish to go further into these mysteries, if you want to support the manifestation of this vision on earth, please consider clicking the join button to become a member of our channel. Your support allows us to continue sharing these teachings with the world and helps us build the foundations for a new humanity. You can also use the super thanks feature to show your appreciation for this specific discourse. Every bit of support helps us spread the flame of rebellion to every corner of the planet. Go into the world, but don't be of the world. Be a rebel. Be a light. Be a dancer. Be a song. And never ever let the crowd take away your uniqueness. You are a gift from existence to the world. Celebrate your life. The dawn is breaking. A new day is beginning. A new man is being born. And you are that man. Live the ultimate rebellion. I love you. I salute the Buddha within you.